Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 6 p.m. We are meeting in the lower theater of Town Hall. There is a Zoom link on the agenda that you can get off the website, town website. There's also a phone number there to call in and the meeting ID. There will be a slight adjustment to the agenda. We will do the audit for the fiscal year 6/30/22 first. So Mr. Smith or Ron can get out of here, and then we'll go to the public safety after Ron gets done. So that being said, I call the meeting to order. And first order of business is to approve the minutes of November 1st, 2022. Take a motion.
I move that we approve the minutes of November 1st.
Second.
Second.
Sue, motion was made and seconded to approve the minutes on November 1st, 2022. Any corrections, deletions, omissions, corrections? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
I'm going to abstain here because
Okay.
I was not part of that meeting.
Additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification in the future meeting. I have none other than the fact that we will be having a short executive session tonight to update the board on personnel issues. There will be no comment after we come out. Anyone else have anything, Scott?
No, nothing to add.
No one else? We'll move right on to public comment on items not on the agenda. Seeing none, moving right along to the manager's report.
Thank you. Just a couple things for the board. As we're well aware, FERC is in the relicensing process with the hydro, and part of our ability to comment and influence the proceedings is they will be shortly putting out a federal notice in terms of our ability to have a motion to intervene, which is basically a placeholder for us to then have a more formal conversation with the hydro if there are things that we want to address along the lines of coordination of the bridge work, replacement of the canal walls, any other types of issues that we want. So it's not an obligation. What it basically does is just sort of elevate your party status. We have not received the Federal Register yet notification on when that comment period will open, when you'll be allowed to then file. So we're keeping track, and we'll certainly, it should be soon. That's why I wanted to let the board know. And then once we're done with that filing, we'll certainly keep you updated as we move ahead with those conversations, because those projects are important, and their cooperation with us to try to minimize our expenses would be, I think, helpful. And the FERC process gives us just some additional leverage to try to work these things out. So not sure when that's going to happen. It should be fairly soon, but just wanted to give everybody a heads up that we'll be doing that, and we'll continue conversation after that, so everybody's aware as we go forward. Tonight probably will be our first salting and plowing and sanding for the season, so hopefully everybody, at least in the village, is off the streets, and we appreciate that. So it helps our guys with their plowing and all the operations, as well as folks when you're driving tonight. If you're out and about, you know, it's been a while since we've all driven in slippery weather, so please pay attention and keep everybody safe. So we will have a nice, mild, relaxing winter, and we can just worry about paying the heating bills. So thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the presentation of the audit fiscal year end 6/30/22. Ron, you're on the board.
Hey, folks, thanks for making an adjustment for me this evening here. So I'm Ron Smith, principal with RHR Smith and Company. And for the past probably 2-3 months, we've been working with Scott and Alyssa, you know, primarily Alyssa, to put the audit together for 6/30/22, which is what I'll go over tonight. Last year, I think we all know that there were some struggles with the town's accounting and really kind of getting to the point where we could bring that audit home. I'm pretty confident this year, based on the fact that I'm here tonight to go over the numbers. This year went way smoother. Information was was where it needed to be. And certainly I'll say, thank you for Alyssa, really, for working with us and, and quite frankly, being very responsive, to all of our requests and needs, that we had during this audit process. There were like zero delays, in getting information. And we were able to move through a lot of the talking points and clean some things up from, last year, this year. Quite frankly, that it took a lot of time last year to address and clean up. And, and that's why we're able to be here having this presentation, this evening. So the highlights, I think you guys have out of the 92 pages of the draft that, that we sent off to Scott and Alyssa, you guys have like 4 of the selected pages, that exist out of that audit report. I'm going to hit the highlights, of those pages, that you have. And probably the biggest talking point would be your general fund carryover balance, at the town. Last year, it was a little north of $900,000, of a carryover balance. This year, it's going to be about an unassigned carryover balance. This year is going to be about $1,042,000 in Rockingham. So you were just at about 60 days of your operating budget, which is where the professional standards like to see you all in the world of government, 60% of your operating budget, which is the equivalent of 2 months. You guys are at $1,042,000, which is a little north, of that 60 days. So your financial improvement, certainly showed and from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22. Other talking points with the, with the audit, the general fund, there was one primary, I think it was the roads, public works. I know you guys kind of get the prelude for the winter storm, everybody that's bearing down on New England here right now. And last year, the roads budget, I think, was one of the ones that was overspent. Otherwise, the revenues came in more favorable last year in Rockingham, and, and clearly, the increase in fund balance, I think, was caused largely by favorable revenues over what you estimated from your 22 budget. Your loan fund, the loan fund continues to have over $1.5 million, of loans outstanding. There's about almost all of that, is all deferred loans for money that passed through the state of Vermont to Rockingham to some of the local businesses in the area for development, restoration, and other projects down there that were approved by the state of Vermont. Your library fund, has a carryover balance this year of about $275,000. Last year, the number was about $280,000. So it's about maintained where it was last year. Trustees of the public funds have a carryover balance, for all the funds that they're the fiduciary agents of about $475,000 this year. Last year, they were at about the same amount. Last year, a little more last year, was $490,000. It actually went down $20,000, and that largely was due to losses on its investment portfolios, because of the market. And I can tell you that Rockingham and 200 other towns, that we do certainly experienced the same thing with the declining performance last year, a little rebound towards the end of the year in 21 and 22. Of the stock market where some of the investments were. And basically the town also had about $750,000, tied up in other various funds between its ARPA funds and the capital reserve funds. And I think those two alone make up probably close to $500,000, of that money. That pretty much is the summary of the financial condition at 6/30/22. Improvements all the way around. Bookkeeping, I think, was where it was needed to be. There was a large effort on our part, Alyssa's part, to really clean some things up and try to make some things better. Really kind of, trying to put our arms around some of the, things that we saw, and so tighten up some footnotes on those deferred loans and some of the language in there. When those loans, really kind of what the restrictions on those loans are as far as how they're deferred, why, and what would cause them to be paid back for the town. So we were really able to, I think, work through a lot of the things, that we needed to. I think the pretty much the only one open end right now, and it's really not open because I think we just got that information today, was the actuarial valuation report, of your non-Beamers retirement. Other than that, guys, it was a good year. And, and again, I think that the fact that, I'll say this again, that we're sitting here having this conversation here right now in November and not into the next year, ought to tell you how well the audit process went, and the fact that I'm able to deliver this information.
Does anyone have any questions? Rick?
Yeah, first, thanks to Alyssa for cleaning things up so beautifully in the finance department. And we are owed over what, $400,000 by FEMA?
Right.
I actually more than that now. Alyssa, that number is close to $700,000, correct?
680 something.
And that's many, many months we've been waiting for that, right?
We're right now in this fiscal year, we have received some of it. So on here, it's gonna show that
As a
we haven't,
receivable.
Okay,
it's gonna show as a receivable, but we haven't physically received the money, but I think now we're down to 430 something thousand that we're waiting for.
And just to respond to that, that's typical. We do a boatload of Vermont communities, and that is typical in the state of Vermont. FEMA is just behind in processing these payments, and hopefully over this year, you'll see the rest of that money trickle in.
None of it's been disputed, so everything that we have booked, we have been paid in full. So at this point, I don't anticipate we're going to have a surprise. It's just the processing, like Ron said, seems a little bit slower than normal.
Ron, I don't see anything here in regards to the highway. Is that, because that's not complete yet, or?
Oh, no, it's all part of there. If you look on the second page of your handout, we don't have a highway fund on there. It's actually embedded in your general fund. And if you look on page 2, you'll actually see Public Works on there, the almost $3.2 million there for Public Works. And there's a detailed schedule in the full audit report of what makes that up.
Okay, I just thought we had a separate one, but all right, all set. Anyone else? Okay, Ron, I guess you settled everybody's questions, so I guess you're free to go.
Yeah, God, Alyssa, if there's any follow-up, just let me know. Look forward to talking with you again, Alyssa.
Right.
Thank you, Ron.
Take care, everybody.
Take your time, Ron, thanks. All right, let's move on to the discussion of public safety concerns Lower Bartonsville Road. I assume there are people here from Bartonsville. I can see a couple that I know.
Yep.
So Scott, you want to do an intro into this?
Sure.
I don't see a sheriff's department here unless I thought you were all states, just the uniforms look alike, that's all. Okay,
So Dave invited reps both from the state police as well as the sheriff's office, and then Dave himself. So maybe I'll ask Dave to just introduce our guests, and then we'll certainly open it up for specific comments and conversation. So I appreciate, first of all, everybody coming tonight from all the agencies. It's very appreciated to have you here and have an opportunity to have a discussion in person. So thank you for that. So.
All right, well, the sheriff advised he'd be out of state today, and they sent Sergeant Wilbur, and this is Lieutenant French from Vermont State Police, who's the barracks commander down in Westminster, so.
okay, we know who's who. I assume the best way to do this would be to ask the specific officers questions from the residents of Bartonsville to get started. So I'm assuming the first question on they say, why can't we set anybody to show up? I assume maybe that's your answers or questions, but
There was
What?
somebody there today from the Vermont State Police, I know. Right outside my house. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but
so if you guys have your some sort of response on how you do your patrols or whatever, that might give some indication, then we'll have those guys questionnaires. We've been getting plenty of emails, so we know what we're dealing with. So.
Okay, well, I'll start. So I'm Anthony French, the station commander on Westminster. So this discussion is the first I've heard of this issue. We have not received a lot of calls. I don't know where the calls are going. If you guys are making the calls, I looked at the cases to see what we had for Lower Bartonsville Road, and we've only had a handful this year. Only 2 of them this year have been motor vehicle complaints. And I put out email to the troops the other day. We have 26 towns in our patrol area, so we cover a very large area. Our minimum staffing that we go down to is 5 troopers working shift. So as you can imagine, 5 troopers covering 26 towns is not a lot of people. And that's a minimum. We obviously have more than that at times. The staffing is not great. So we're hiring if anyone wants to be a trooper. The application's online. So you can imagine that there's roads in every town that people are complaining about speeding on. So this isn't just a Lower Barnesville, Rockingham problem. This is in every town that we patrol. So the reason you saw a trooper out there stopping a car today was yesterday or the day before. I put an email out to the troops and said, hey, if you have to be patrolling through the area, we've had some complaints about speeding on Lower Barnesville Road, take a ride through, try to stop a car. The same email I put out referencing another road in Guilford Center Road. And it's just a matter of where people are seeing it, speeding cars, and who's calling to complain about that type of stuff. So if people have certain cases, certain times they've called in to report stuff that I'm just not, they aren't showing up, I'd be happy to answer any questions or other concerns, but I'm not seeing something. I heard something about drugs as well mentioned to me, and I didn't see anything about drugs. And obviously, probably is not the best time to talk about all the details in a public meeting, but you're welcome to give me a call at the barracks if you want to discuss more stuff, or I can have one of the, you talk to one of the troops and give more information.
Before we go any further, can I have you guys come down here because these speakers won't probably pick you guys up?
All right, big table, huh?
Well, there's a few people on Zoom out there that would appreciate, so they're gonna just grab a chair there. So you guys can there, and then they'll be close to time to reach out and grab you if they need something. Okay, who wants to come out next? Looks like the guy in the middle.
Well, glad we're with the sheriff's department. We don't currently have a contract with Rockingham, so we don't have funding to cover Lower Barnesville at this point. But I was asked to be here and answer any kind of questions I could, and I'm available to do that. So
And as for the Bellas Falls Police Department, we are the village police department that goes solely for the village itself. There are times that we will assist other agencies outside of the village, but our main focus and our time is all within the village of Bellas Falls. The village pays for the police department, but the town does not contribute that to the village police department. So we do not go out to Bartonsville, to Saxon River, to Cambridgeport to do that. That would be more to the state police or to the sheriff's office. It would be the ones that would be covering that area.
Okay, can you address the constable situation? I know we used to have 2 at one time. One has left and the other is deceased, so I know they have to be registered or certified that issue tickets for speeding, et cetera, otherwise it's restricted to service a process.
Every town is required to have a constable by the Vermont Constitution. Many of them are not, do not function as law enforcement officers. There is a myriad of ways to have a constable. They can be appointed, they can be elected. They can be appointed or elected. And then whether they have law enforcement powers is up to the town. If the town wants their constable to have law enforcement powers, that person has to go through the police academy to be at least level 2 certified, to be able then to write a ticket or to arrest somebody or to investigate any kind of a crime to do that. To be frank, there are not many in the state that fulfill law enforcement positions. They will serve papers. Some towns use their constables as dog officers, but to enforce laws, the constables are, it's the 1700s position that is still on the books because it's still in the Constitution.
I know the two we had were certified police officers. One was Chief Lake and the other was, I can't remember his detective's name, this deceased, but I think by policy, the town directed them, they could only do service of process, or perhaps that was their wishes.
I
That
believe
they'd
that
only
was the
get
wishes,
involved
that they
without,
could only serve civil process.
Because I know there's a conflict of Bellows Falls police going out of town. So
And,
that's an issue that has to be,
and to be a
settled or not
constable, you
settled.
have to be a resident of Rockingham.
right.
To be appointed.
Okay, does anyone have anything else to add before we go to general questions? Scott, you have anything?
No, I just for the board and just for the folks in the audience is just full notification. We did have previous speed studies, which I had included in some of the board's packet from some of our previous work. So there had been some work done out there just to look at, snapshot. And I realize, the speed studies are really always an issue because they're limited in scope and then potentially they're limited by, when activities might be occurring, but that was all included in the package of information for the board, as well as there was some information in there about speed humps and a portable speed hump. And again, those are just for your information in terms of this conversation. I think it came up with some of the emails, so I just wanted the board to be aware of that information as well, so.
Yeah, just on that speed study, it looks, when you look at that report, it's a little deceiving because it's from 40 and above, or 40 and above, and our speed limit is 25. And so what the more detailed charts, and then you have to kind of go deep into the data, but it was about a third of the cars were going over 25 miles an hour. And of those, I think 15% were going over 30 miles per hour. And because our road is so narrow and our houses are right on the road, anything over 25 miles an hour is dangerous for our road. So that's why many people are very upset really about that, because we do have walkers constantly. It's a dangerous situation. I was happy to see that was actually one of the cars that people, I think, were complaining the most that was stopped today. So maybe whoever that was will learn their lesson. I don't know. But anyway, I just want to make that clarification.
Well, point of information, if the speed limit, I think the state speed limit on roads is 35 miles an hour unless you do a traffic study to change it to below 25. Can anybody answer that question?
I think the state speed limit, state speed limit is 50 miles an hour.
Right.
To set a limit below that, you have to have either been grandfathered into probably 20 years now that you either had to have had the limit prior to that, or you have to then have a traffic study done on the road, which is a little involved, but there are companies that can do that to do a traffic study. So you can't set a speed limit less than 25 miles an hour in Vermont unless it's in a designated downtown district. The square for a period of time was at 15 miles an hour. That was raised up, but that was only because it was designated as a downtown district. You couldn't set a road like Bartonsville or any of the others at less than 25 miles an hour.
And we don't know anywhere, any record of a survey being done in Bartonsville, correct? No. So
I suspect it was set prior to the need.
I don't know. That's why I'm just asking. It's just
It
something.
definitely it's been 25 my whole life. Yeah, I've been there a long time.
We won't ask you your age, so. All right, does anyone in the audience there have any questions for these gentlemen as to, what happens when they people call in for assistance or, have at it? Yeah, go ahead, just state your name if you would, please.
Steve Chipman, we live at, my wife and I, Sarah Jane, we live at 170 over Road, 2 doors up from. And I was one of the folks that was here in July. We came in July to ask the board some questions regarding some things that were bothering.
us and some neighbors, and one of them was speeding. And other neighbors had made observations from firsthand witness of drug deals and needles being left behind. We also pointed out that on the town-owned gravel pit, which is across the railroad tracks from us, right behind the old police barracks, constant ATVs or dirt bikes riding after workouts and target practice shooting, which now that the leaves are gone is quite loud. And one of the things, I guess, maybe the most important thing for us was we came asking who we go to, because we know the Bellas Falls Police Department can't. We knew that, right? We don't have a Rockingham Town Police Department. We know about the sheriff's office and we know about the state police office, but we don't know if, for example, if there's jurisdiction issues, like if we heard shooting up in the gravel pit on a Saturday afternoon, after public works operations are done, what do we call? And who has the responsibility or the authority to respond to that call and go out and do something about it? And so we came with questions like that because we didn't know, like, what do you do? And it has evolved at this point anyway, for sort of informational. This is the first time we've had a chance to ask you guys questions. And learn a little bit more about what happens if. And so you may not have got a ton of calls because we didn't know who to call to get the right response, right? And to call the town manager and inundate the town manager with a bunch of stuff that isn't, he doesn't have the responsibility to discharge. That isn't fair either. So we were fact finding. We were trying to figure out what. But we do, I mean, I'll speak for our own family. We do find the speeding is quite fast by our house. We're on straightaway there between the old vet clinic where the road dips down and then takes a turn. And we have a beautiful earshot view of the dirt bike and shooting range, which is in the town gravel, which I last Saturday went and drove through, and that's quite an expansive place. Very large. There's a gravel pit operation and what looks to be the reclaimed portion of what was the gravel pit years ago. They grassed it over. And you can see the trails with the dirt bikes and so forth. But we came away from the July meeting with a little bit of a worry, and a little bit of a worry was if we address this stuff for you, then we have to address it for everybody. And we didn't know quite how to handle that. Because if we don't know who we can come to for these sorts of things, and we do. Because then we have concerns and they can't be addressed. And if they can't be addressed, because then if you address our stuff, then you'll have to address everybody else's stuff. How does that work? So I know we probably won't get to that point tonight, but thank you for coming, and maybe we can talk a little bit about what happens if there's an issue or concern outside of the purview of town administration. Who we call properly, and what can we expect as far as a response for this? Let's go.
Can I add to that? I'm Sarah Masuko, Stephen's wife. When we call, I called the state police not too long ago about some of the young guys that live off the road that have a bunch of cars with no license plates on them, or they have Confederate flags on them. And they were racing side by side on our road. There's barely enough room on our road to drive one way going the other way, with cars passing. You have to be really cautious. It is a narrow road. And I called and gave all the information I could, and At least the dispatcher called me back much later that evening and just let me know that the information was passed on, but I know personally of at least 4 neighbors who don't bother calling because their attitude is, why call? Nobody's gonna do anything. And it's no slam against the state police or the sheriff. It's just nobody really understands who we're supposed to call. Or when somebody's setting off fireworks, we had a neighbor set off fireworks. And they don't just set them off at times when you think they might on the 4th of July. It was, the week of the 4th of July or whatever. And the next day, and they went on and on and on. The next day, we found some of the leftover parts of whatever they are, bottle
rocket.
rockets. And
The big rock.
they had come up onto our roof and rolled down the other side and landed this close to our house. That's how we knew they had rolled down the roof, because they couldn't have if they overshot it would have been farther in the yard. So they must have hit our roof and rolled down. Several of these things out in our duck pen, right next to our house. And what was the point of calling then? Because it was the next day, but they're not supposed to be setting that stuff off, and we don't know what to do about it. And those are just little, we could come up with 50 things like that, and we don't know what to do about it.
So may I respond?
Yeah, please.
So to clear it up, the state police is your law enforcement agency for the town of Rockingham. So if you have a question, if there's a law enforcement problem, you call the state police out of Westminster Barracks. If there's an extreme emergency, you call 911. A lot of the issues you're talking about are the quality of life issues that get put on the back burner because there's more pressing issues that require immediate response. So when you talk about like domestic violence and crashes and assaults, those cases that we have to send at least 2 troopers to get there immediately that have to be dealt with, the quality of life calls get put on the back burner. Fireworks. I wouldn't say we don't always, we do sometimes, we don't, a lot of times we don't respond to fireworks complaints. We just don't have the staffing, 26 townspeople setting fireworks off. You can imagine the number of calls that we get about fireworks. If you called in and said, my neighbor's setting off fireworks, this is their name, this is their address, can you please just try to give them a call? I mean, that's something that's maybe a little easier for us to do. That's going to help us with our job. I know that's putting stuff back on you, but it's going to help solve the problem if we work together. The same with the neighbors that you have that are speeding on the road. If it's someone that you know who it is, that you have an idea that it's recurring, when you call, if you can point the troopers to that direction, like this is the person, this is where they live. That's going to help solve the problem. If we can go to their house or give them a call, tell them to knock it off and document who they are in the case, then we can follow up and say, hey, we spoke with these people. And when we refer to it further down the road, if it happens again, we'll already have it documented as happening once. The gravel pit, is that town owned?
Down.
Yeah. Is it posted? Does it have a gate?
I'm not sure if it's posted, but there are gates on that thing.
They don't
The
close the
problem-
gates. The gates are open all the time.
The problem with the gates is that dirt bike or an ATV can go around the gate anyway. So unless you
Yeah.
completely fence the whole thing in and try and keep them out that way, that's the only way you're gonna do it.
Yeah, I would recommend closing the gate, obviously, and posting it for no trespassing. And that way there's a violation if people are going, because, what are we going to enforce if we go there and there's, somebody shooting the gravel pit? It's legal to shoot a gun safely.
There is a sign at the gravel pit that says no shooting where there used to be.
There would have to be probably like a no trespassing. Something like that, because something that has a law that there has some teeth behind it for us to follow up on. So
Can I ask this question? Does the town of Rockingham have a policy that on town-owned land, and according to the listers, there are dozens of pieces of town-owned land all over it. Is shooting prohibited? Is riding dirt bikes and ATVs prohibited or permitted? How does that work? So
As far as I know, it's not prohibited. I don't think the town has anything. The only thing I can tell you is that you're not supposed to discharge firearms within village limits. It say town limits, it says village limits. So in the village of Wells Falls or the village of Saxon River, you're not supposed to discharge firearms. I've lived in Saxon River, and just across the river from me, there's a cornfield, and we have shooting there constantly. What do you call Ghostbusters, maybe, I don't know, but we call, we have to go to the trustees, because the process is, you call one of the trustees, and then they call the sheriff's department, because they hire the sheriff. But they only hire him for 20 hours. So, I know Westminster is the same way. Westminster, I watched the minutes today of one of their last meetings, and they're having difficulties getting someone from the sheriff to respond to their issues. So no matter who you go to, you're gonna have this issue of response. I don't know how time-wise would work, unless you have somebody immediately in that area. That may take up to an hour, 2 hours for somebody to get there. I'm just guessing.
depends on what's
Just
going
from what
on.
I'm seeing, I'm the same with the sheriff's.
Well, if we're there, we're gonna deal with whatever, if we're in the town and one of those complaints come in, we will deal with it. But to respond to all of them, all the time, it's probably, we're probably not gonna be able to do that. But what we can do is in addition to state police patrols, is add more patrols, so you get more visibility, more law enforcement in your focused area, if you want it. But those, like, we have contracts with many of the towns in the county, so they get additional law enforcement exposure in those towns, like you talked about, Saxon River and Westminster. So when we have concerns given to us, we can address those individual concerns and kind of focus on those. Most of it, a lot of it is motor vehicle enforcement, but there are towns that we deal with regular calls if we're there.
So if in an instance of a speeding issue or any issue that you issue a ticket, if the town were to contract you for 20 hours or whatever, a month or whatever we decide, if we decide that, you have to go to court. Is that court time then taken off the 20 hours or whatever that's?
Well, there's two sides to that. Most of the time, if it's most speeding violations would be under a local speed zone, and the town gets 80% of that money back. So my understanding from the way that the court process is working now is that it's Zoom, right? Yeah, they're still Zooming, so it's not as time consuming as it used to be. But yes, it would come off town time. If you're working on something to do with that town, reference what you were there for, it would come off of the contract hours.
Okay, I just want to make that clear, everybody, so that when we're discussing this at another meeting or whatever, we understand that if you contract for 20, you maybe lose 5 hours of that court time. We're not, I'm just using.
Well, you could, yes, you right, you could, but you could also, there could be follow-up from your complaint that you voiced earlier about the 2 cars speeding down the middle of Lower Martinsville. Where we're doing follow-up from that, which wouldn't be completely motor vehicle enforcement or checking roads or residents or the different things that we offer, but it's an addition to state police is what it would be.
So if we have a contract with the sheriff's department, what does that entail? I mean, is it gonna say we do 20 hours a month? That's not really a hell of a lot when you stop and think of it, maybe 4 weeks in a month. That's probably 5 hours a week. And
And we have towns that are like that.
it
We
would
have
take-
towns that are similar to that, but at least they're getting additional control focused at their individual concerns. But yes, it would be limited and the contracts are tailored to what the town requests, what they need. Obviously, there's a cost, but what the town needs or desires is what we would try to tailor the contract for. So if it's speed and motor vehicle, like whether it's a stop signs, like people just running stop signs and it's a common in one particular area, we could, focus on whatever the needs are of the individual towns or village.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Just what you said before, that the shooting or the discharge of firearms, whatever the proper term is, and the riding of ATVs or motorbikes on town property wasn't prohibited. So how can we, and if that's true, then that's true on all town-owned land, right?
So actually, for ATVs, it would be a motor vehicle violation, so it would be technically.
So whether it was expressly prohibited or not, it falls under a motor vehicle.
Yeah, you can't ride an ATV on privately owned property without permission. It must be registered.
And the guns, that's not included in that.
No.
So if someone's discharging, or a private person is up there shooting at the gravel pit, the town says it's not prohibited, so go ahead and shoot. How can you be dispatched to go stop it if it's not against the law?
There are noise in the nighttime laws, if it's depending on the time of day.
Like the after 10 o'clock thing, that kind of thing.
So that's why I mentioned signs and locking a gate, because that's how you're gonna stop it, by keeping people from going in there. The people that are shooting in there, I'm sure they're driving a vehicle in there and parking and shooting. It's probably not the people that are driving around the gate on ATVs that are shooting. And I'm sure the people that are driving ATVs are local. Probably someone has an idea of which house they're coming from. If not, someone could probably figure it out fairly easily and pass that information on. I'm sure if they had a visit or maybe a letter from the town saying they cannot drive their ATVs on the gravel pit, that might help solve the problem.
I do know in the Northeast Kingdom, I'm up there quite a bit fishing, and they have certain sections of their roads that are open to ATV travel on the state and town roads.
That's great.
But they also have the point, no ATVs beyond this point. You can't, they're not official signs, it's just something the town makes up and posts on a piece of rod and they stick it on the ground, that's it. So, okay, Rick, go ahead.
Scott, could Andy post the gravel pit for no ATVs and no trespassing?
We could put signs up.
'Cause that
I
would
think
be-
there were signs up,
There were signs.
so, and I don't know how many we are still up, but we could certainly put more up.
Okay, does anyone else have any other questions or? No? Any last comments from the officials here?
I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. My name's Jennifer Quilty. We live on Lower Bartonsville as well. I think, some of the concerns that have been raised, obviously they concern us, but I think, I know you touched on it. We joined the meeting a little late just because of work, but the drug activity that's here, especially by the bridge, late at night and just really throughout the day. But I mean, would a police presence be warranted for that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, no one's gonna use drugs while the cruiser's sitting there, but they're gonna use drugs when we're not there. We can't be there all the time.
But they're selling them there.
Okay, and if you have information, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, feel free to call the barracks with, you know, who's selling drugs there, if you have that, or vehicles, or grab a picture with your phone if you're witnessing it, or a video. That's always helpful information to have to pass along.
Does plate numbers help you guys any? I mean, rather than trying to find out the name, I know when I drove the school bus, we had fast school bus.
Yeah.
And we get the phone number and call into local police and they call back, say, well, who's driving? Well, we know who's driving. I mean, you know, we see the car go through the red light, we've seen it right at the high school. When they go right by our bus,
Yeah.
stop, like kids off in high school,
Certainly,
the students, but, you know.
certainly we could, if you have a plate number, it's easier for us to identify the vehicle and we can work towards identifying the operator.
Especially if there's something going on, and then while Cooper's responding, the vehicle leaves. And
Right.
maybe we see that vehicle commit a motor vehicle violation, and stop it, then we have more information and, possibly go from there.
Some of these vehicles take their tags off for this, you know, they don't have tags. So, you know, in that case, do we just call in the make and model and say it's suspicious? I mean, how do we combat this?
Yeah, if you don't have the registration information yet, yeah, DMV is basically letting people put their own stuff and write their own tags, but, yeah, just whatever information you can get from the vehicle is helpful.
A picture would probably speak stuff louder than words.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You can
Because,
get one.
you know, you describe a truck as a black truck, you take a picture of it, and you send a picture and like, oh, this is what the truck looks like. That's gonna, it gives you a little bit more information, a little bit more detail as far as what you're looking for. It's always helpful.
Anything else?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
So when someone calls in a complaint, let's say, tell like your neighbor, you know who it is, they're shooting on firecrackers all week long. And you give them the name and address of that person. Is your name confidential?
No.
Yeah. So you would go and say, oh, well, Bonnie down the road called in and said.
No, I mean, we typically don't go and tell people that who called.
Well, so they say, if they say who called?
There's a case that started and the complainant is listed as the complainant, and that's where the information comes from. So if there was a criminal case that evolved from that, the complainant would be the witness and would be listed. I mean, there are times that the complainant has been anonymous. But then sometimes they'll put their callback phone number in the case. So, I mean, how anonymous really is that? So, I mean, you have to be a little cautious, but it's, I mean,
Sometimes if it's an anonymous, you can't go as far as you can if you have an actual complaint.
yeah.
Well, I
haven't seen
understand
this
that, but
problem.
I mean, I know some people are concerned about, you know, retribution, and it's a real thing. I had people dealing drugs across the street from me. The house has since been demolished. I made several calls and I didn't want to give my name and say, oh, well, I'm right across the street. I'm their neighbor. I didn't want to do that as I was concerned. It seemed like violent people.
The other side of the coin to that is eventually, if it gets to a court issue,
Right,
then you're gonna have to be a witness, and
Right.
then what happens, and my wife can attest to this, because she was zoning administrator in town for 30 years, and people would call in, complain about trash, this, that, and everything else. You go up, serve the papers, and give them a citation, then all of a sudden the person that complains say, oh, I don't wanna go to court, you know, so what do? You just drop the case and say la vie, and off you go. So I don't know how that reflects. I don't know how many times you guys been caught in that situation.
It's not that. Usually, I mean, they could plead it out if they wanted to, which a lot of cases get pled out. before the trial or anything anyways.
Well, I understand, you might need that information, but is it kept confidential as long as it can be confidential, I guess, put it that way? Or is
So if
it
there's a,
not?
if there's a criminal case, it would have to be disclosed.
Well, of course, if there's a criminal case.
If it's just someone calling in, just a general complaint, we don't go and tell people like, Bonnie called down the road, this is where she lives. If you want to retaliate later. I mean,
Well, it
we wouldn't
sounds
do that.
funny, but I mean, it's a concern.
No, I understand, but, and people ask us, it's not, we do go to people's house and they say, well, who complained? And
Complaint, yeah.
usually we just say, oh, I don't have the information, the dispatcher sent me on this call.
Yeah, I lived in Baltimore City and there were dog fighting people in the next block. And I was genuinely afraid to make a call. So I think that's a concern for some people.
Okay, do we have any other questions from the board? So,
I would just say an obvious first thing that we can do is, in addition to signage at the gravel pit, just make sure that, the gate is always closed. And if there's any additional fencing we need to add, we just try to tighten it up the best we possibly can in the first step.
When are they gonna start constructing the solar array?
Well, they'll be working all in the back of the property, the old barracks property throughout the winter. They're already mining in that area now, and then they're gonna be putting the poles in as soon as the weather breaks after winter. And then the array goes up after that, so there'll be a lot of activity back there.
Are you aware of the solar field that's going on? Scott, can you explain what's happening with the solar field?
Yeah, so there is going to be on one of the areas that's been decommissioned in the pit, so it's not an active area. So it's a, I don't remember how many acres exactly.
yes,
Yeah, so the board had approved a lease for a above ground solar array. So it'll be coming in basically behind Savage's garage. There'll be a series of electrical poles, and then they'll have an array behind in our pit in an area that's been reclaimed. So that's going to be coming in the spring, and then hopefully the array will be up and running for the summer. So
It will be fenced, right?
it will be fenced.
Maybe
But the-
that'll cut down on some of that. It's a pretty big area. so
It'll take a
that-
pretty big chunk of that area.
That grassy area that you
The
said.
grassy area is where the ATVs like to.
Right, but they're probably not gonna be able to do that.
That'll be fenced out, so they won't be able to get in there.
Yeah, and some of the shooting actually is happening on the other side of Upper Barton Hill Road. And not all of it is in the pit. So something it's hard to tell exactly where it's coming from. And it is on people's private property. on the other
That's what
side
I was
of
gonna
Upper
mention,
Barton
that
Hill Road.
sound travels, so it may sound like it's coming from the gravel pit, but it may be, as you said, on the other side of that private property, and they can shoot where they want over there.
No, I mean, it's happening everywhere.
Yeah, so especially now, they're all zooming and their rifles for deer hunting and everything else, so, once that calms down. We haven't heard much shooting lately, but maybe they're deer vacated, I don't know, but. So is there any other questions, or yeah, go ahead.
Are we going to, or are you going to consider having a contract with the Wyndham County Sheriff?
We are gonna, our budget started today, but our in earnest will be next meeting, and whatever we can work out with funds. There's an issue that I know it started with the Belfast Police and the Rockingham resident did not want BFPD going into Rockingham. That was the first incident. I'm gonna go probably 15 years ago. That was on. So that killed that, and every town meeting we've been to, this policing in Rockingham has been brought up. It's always been voted down because the town they don't want to pay taxes on it. They don't want policing in Rockingham. And to have policing in one area and have everybody pay for it is not fair to those who are not getting it. That's our quandary that we're faced with here.
Well, couldn't everybody in Rockingham?
Well, they could if they vote there for the town meeting, but as they say, if the history is well proven that when it comes to the vote, everybody says, we don't want police in Rockingham, we don't need the police in Rockingham. Until it happens to someone that really has, has a name or something like that, then all of a sudden, the outcry will get to the point, or people can show up at town meeting, which this year is live, there's no Australian ballot voting, except for elected officials. So,
Yeah, but that has always been town-wide policing as opposed to a contract with Wyndham County or Wyndham Sheriff for rural Rockingham patrols. We haven't really had those discussions. And that hasn't gone, as
We
far as
do
I
have
know,
a
to a town.
Contract with Saxon Service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the other complicating factor is because then we have Saxon River has a contract already. Bells Falls residents already pay the Bells Falls police. So then, I don't know how Alyssa, if it went through, Alyssa would have a nightmare trying to figure out, okay, who's paying for that? Is it just rural Rockingham residents then are paying for a sheriff's department? Or do then we combine the Saxons River with rural Rockingham? I mean, you get in all of these combinations that can be a nightmare for their county.
Well,
Taxes.
You could end up running into the same problem as Bells Falls with Saxon's River. If Saxon's River is getting more attention or calls, then we'd be focused there and so.
The other-
You certainly could combine the two contracts if you wanted to include Saxon's River and Cambridgeport, Lower Bartonsville, Upper Bartonsville, 103, all of Rockingham. You could certainly do that, or you could do a separate one in Saxon's River, which is and a long time they've had a contract with the Sheriff's Department. I know there was a time there wasn't, but for a long time. But Rockingham, I can't remember ever having the additional visibility of a sheriff's deputy out outside of Saxon River.
We've heard mixed reports on the efficacy of the sheriff's department in neighboring towns. Westminster in particular, it's not my job to communicate that feedback to you, but it's out there. And we're wondering, is there any way that you'll be responding to those kinds of dissatisfactions before you would take on a contract with us?
Well, I can't address what you're talking about being a disparity in that. I can go into what we do with town contracts. And I can tell you how we report it. So when a deputy is in a town, they do up what's called a STARS report. So they would name the roads they're on, the traffic stops they make, the tickets they issue, or the case numbers they deal with, the weather conditions, and there's some other factors in the STARS report. That goes right back to the town, so they can look at it
Know what we're paying for.
and know exactly what you're paying for per hour and seeing where the focus is.
And I was on the Westminster Select Board a lot of years ago, and we had a contract with the Sheriff's Department. And the sheriff would come to our meetings, and they'd also sometimes come with a fairly large check for our percentage of the speeding ticket. Is that still happening?
Yes.
So that might defray some portion of the expense.
Very minor, when you don't think of it. Saxon River came up with that idea several years ago, then they found out they had to have an ordinance. And then the amount of money they had to spend to get a legal ordinance and print up, they just said, bag it, it's not worth it anymore. So they just hired a sheriff's department, so technically, if
But
they
yes,
have
so
an ordinance,
you do get a portion of the ticket revenue back to the town, depending on what the tickets are.
see that,
So
the
there's-
problem having to be is that because they don't have an ordinance in Saxon River Village, the money was coming to the town of Rockingham. Because you're issuing tickets in the town of Rockingham. It's not the village of Saxon River. even
Any
though-
ticket I've ever written, I write Saxon's River, but I understand.
But
what you're
that's where
saying.
the revenue comes to us.
I understand,
to the town.
I understand what you're saying.
That's been brought up to me several times, but because I live out there, but.
that makes sense, but yes,
Okay.
to answer your question is that a portion of the revenue, depending on the tickets, because the towns can adopt local speed limits, or excuse me, the local speed limits would be there, but they can adopt like 103. And I don't know if it's adopted or not. It is, it's so you could write under the local basic rule, even in the 50-mile-an-hour zone, which is normally a state speed zone, and the town could get that revenue back for that enforcement. But they certainly would get it on anything forward to that.
Bonnie, yeah.
Yeah, you keep talking about contracts with towns. Could a residents group make a contract with you to patrol a given area within a town and pay that themselves?
Yes, you could. I mean, I don't have much experience with that, but I don't know why you couldn't. I mean, the sheriff would be signing a contract with the sheriff, and the sheriff would send, would have deputies patrol that, but you could.
That is similar to a fire district, which is normally they term a fire district. Like I know Westminster has a fire district, and I think that's where they cover you people on. But you can call it a fire district according to state statute, and you can use it as police. So that would be an issue where if they wanted to establish their own policing out there with the Concord Sheriff's Department, set up a fire district, then they would be the only ones paying for that. And it wouldn't cause the consternation of the rest of the town saying, we're not getting any benefit, but we're paying taxes. That's the conundrum we're under here at the board level. So,
Well, that
but
was done.
excuse me, what happens with that is that you have the people that contract with you instead of the district also have to be in control of that district. So they need a small board of 1 or 2 people, maybe 3 people that set the rules and regulations. And if there's an issue, then they deal with you, et cetera. That's the way I understand the fire district works.
Okay, so I don't have a lot of it. I'm not sure about what you're talking about on that, but I do know that we have private contracts with different entities for different functions, so you can.
So that's.
But
Yeah,
Chief
Dave.
Bemis probably has that one down.
Dave, go ahead.
So I think you could go with the fire district thing that you're saying, but I think what Bonnie was saying was if a group of people wanted 3 hours a week of sheriffs and they put their money together, I think probably and I don't want to speak for the sheriff's department, but I think the sheriff's department could do that without the formation of a specific district and everything like that. If somebody
Right.
wants to hire somebody for a private detail, they can do that.
Right.
Yeah, that was done in Baltimore City. Baltimore is a really high crime city. And there was a little sort of gentrified neighborhood kind of surrounded by ghettos, basically. And they didn't feel that they were getting adequate policing, and the police were like, hey, we've got our hands full here. We can't deal. And they did that. They formed a neighborhood committee, and they contracted with I don't know what entity it was. I think it was Baltimore City Police, and extra police surveillance, and it was effective.
That's similar to what I'm talking about. So it's that own district.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing, but this is just, I don't know if you folks wanna try that. It would be complicated for the select board and the town management to sort of set up something just for one little, one rural neighborhood. And get that supported by the rest of the townspeople.
Well, I think there's issues all over town. It's not just Bartonville who are complaining about speeding. The Cambridgeport Road, the Pleasant Valley, all of those are complaining. So I think the question is, when we're having our discussions at the board level of the budget, do we consider a contract with Wyndham?
And you can, and they're, just not to cut you off, but there are towns that have bigger contracts with us, so they get more coverage, more visibility. And then there's towns that have smaller contracts, so they get less, but they do get service from us and more visibility and more.
But then you get the complicating factors. We discussed Saxon's River already has them, and so does Bells Falls, and then how do you single out just rural Rockingham? And then there'll be people in rural Rockingham who don't want it as well. So-
Exactly, so this is our conundrum.
But I think really that one of the answers we got here was call the state police if you have a complaint.
Right.
And there are complaints, and some of those issues, like the drug dealing that we've all witnessed at our bridge, call when you see it the next time, which,
Everybody has a cell phone. It's easy to just drive by and just take a quickie shot and turn it over to them. They don't have to know where it came from. I mean, they can follow up from there. But
and I think we all have our suspicions of exactly who's doing it.
who's doing it? Yeah. And I'm sure those people are all aware of who's doing it. They just have to be caught, and then you have to have a witness. That's the biggest problem. So, and as Bonnie said, it's retribution. If I go and testify against them, they're gonna come to my house next week and beat me up or burn it down or something. I mean, you're faced with that issue, and it's scary, but that's what the world's coming to, unfortunately. So, is there any other questions? I think we've exhausted these people. Yes, ma'am.
One question about the contracts with the sheriff, who determines when the hours are? Can you specify in the contract that, we need somebody Saturday and Friday night and Saturday night? Or is it at the discretion of whether you have people available?
We could certainly try, but we don't have any current contract. Most of them are usually set between, we might have somebody out until midnight and then starting at maybe 7 in the morning. So theoretically, yes, you could ask for that in the contract, and then we would staff it the best we could. But yes, I mean, you could have, that's one of the ideas for the contract, is you try to have it focused, somewhat focused, but
On that note, the contract, sorry, Jennifer, on Zoom. Have you, with those areas that do have contracts, like Saxon's River, like Bellows, have you seen a reduction in drug traffic? Has it been effective, in other words?
Well, I can tell you about 3 or 4 days ago, there was an accident in front of the village market in Saxon River. And when it was investigated, they did find drugs in the car. And it was a local resident, from what I understand, reading the BSP report. So I don't know all the details. It's none of my business. I don't chase ambulances, but I don't know if that interdicts all the drug traffic in Saxon River. I'm sure there's more than just one incident out there. So I'll leave that as a game. If you want to respond, you can.
well, more presence would act as a deterrent. If by the studies, they actually, the numbers go down, I don't know, but it's certainly a deterrent.
I'm sure people are gonna use drugs wherever they are. They're gonna just wait for us to leave.
You're not gonna catch everybody.
Yeah, they're gonna sell drugs when we're not there. They're gonna use drugs when we're not there. It's pretty easy to work around the police. There's not
And
many
that's the
ways.
problem with having a set hour that they get used to you for 2
Right.
days being there at 7 o'clock. in the
That's one of the
morning,
reasons
midnight.
I
And they're
hesitated
gonna sell
on
it in times nobody's there, so how do you
What-
solve the problem?
that.
Unless
One
you
of the
have
things that's
constant-
effective is if they never know, if they don't know,
Right,
if they don't know if somebody's gonna be there. So if we hit an area at a time when they're not expecting it.
Yeah, and the problem in rural Rockingham, and particularly Martinsville, is they know nobody's gonna be there because that's the way it's just been. you
Right,
know,
and
So,
that's a, yeah.
so it's become, that's why it's become, well, that and probably local dealers is why it's become a problem in our town, because they know the chances of them getting stopped in the middle of the deal is pretty slim.
Obviously, more law enforcement does help with that. We did catch the burglary in progress in Rockingham. over the summer, with a trooper that was responding. They just happened to be, I think, near exit 6, and the call came in and was there and caught the guy walking out of the house with an armload of stolen property. So, I mean, you never know. We do happen to be in the area once in a while and catch the bad guys in action, but definitely more law enforcement activity in the area there's a greater probability we're gonna catch people doing stuff they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, I'm sure the incidents up there have been more prevalent since the barracks was moved to Westminster. Sitting right on top of the gravel pit up there was a pretty good deterrent. The hours that you guys are coming into, all hours of the night and day, nobody knew who was gonna show up when. So it was a deterrent just having the barracks there.
Yeah, and there was.
And now that they're not there, it's,
Yeah, there was troopers that lived just over the
Just up the road.
Springfield line off Lower Barkinsville Road at the time, so there was a ton of activity on Lower Barkinsville Road.
I think he still live, one still lives there, remember, we just hired him for time. He's retired, I don't think he wants to.
all right. Is any other questions for the gentleman here so we can excuse them? They go where the places go to be, I'm sure.
Thank you for taking the time to come. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will be discussing.
Thank you.
This, in the budget process, so.
Please call with information. I don't know who you're talking about as far as the names with drug dealing. Feel free to give me a call at the barracks. Pass on information. I may have heard of the people, but I haven't been in the area. The road troops may have it more off the top of their head, but I don't have the information, or we don't have the information at the barracks, then we're not going to know. So you guys have a lot of information locally that probably could be passed along. Thank you.
I appreciate you people coming in. Glad you came in, and hopefully we got some answers for you. Good, bad, or indifferent, but we'll keep going at it until we get something resolved, hopefully.
Just, still on the topic, but I didn't want to hold up the state police, the other police on this, is the speed bumps. Which there are questions about, I personally, from what reading, that you would need them like every 500 feet. I think that would just be a huge nightmare for our road. And I don't think they would really help all that much, but one of the questions was, can they be paid? And can the plows go over them in the winter? And I was told no.
It would have to be the temporary ones. which
No,
is
I
the
know they would
ones,
remove
right?
them, but they asked, why do they have to be removed? Can they be permanent? And
Which is
That
why
was
I
just a
brought
question
the
for
rumble
town.
strips.
Yeah.
Because you could put those and they would not affect any plowing, but if you put them in front of, like in Bellas Falls, I know Washington's come a lot and speed bumps in the square and things, but I think if you put a rumble strip, 4 or 5 foot wide rumble strip across the full length of your road, before you get to that crosswalk, with enough room, 20 feet, they hit that rumble strip, that's gonna wake somebody up that's half asleep or talking on their phone. They're gonna want that rumble in my car is.
well, it's also gonna wake up everyone who resides.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I mean,
the
we
speed
hear the
bump.
103 rumble strips all the
Yeah,
time.
the speed bump is gonna do the same thing, if not worse. And then if you ever watch a California one where somebody stood there with a camera and these guys were coming and they were jumping over the speed bumps, going fast to see how far they
Yeah.
go.
I'm sure that
So-
would happen too, and then they'll drive right into one of our houses or
Yeah.
something. on the side of the road.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, that's just a thought, and that doesn't affect the plowing. So if you, rumble strips. Yeah, so anyway,
I would agree with Sue that I'm opposed to any rumble strips or speed bumps. I think that would be a disaster for people who live there.
Okay, well,
I don't know that it would
they were
mitigate
just thoughts.
speeding at all, but I'm not in favor of it.
All right, thank you all for coming.
Thank you,
Officers,
gentlemen.
thank you.
Appreciate it so much.
All right, let's go to the next item, which is the presentation of the proposed library budget. Ian, are you still with us?
Yes, what-
Can you hear me?
I didn't know if you fell asleep or what.
I just woke up. Can you?
Okay,
you
you're
can
on.
hear me?
Everybody has a packet, so if you want to just go over it quickly and then we can.
Yeah,
ask
yeah, I
questions.
just have I have a few comments real quick, just real quickly. And, you know, when Scott had, I told Scott, I had sent Scott an update on where we were at just to keep him in the loop. And he asked that I come here and do this. So, you know, real quickly, the Finance Committee of the Library Board of Trustees met in October to discuss this budget. And one of the decisions there was to request a level funded tax appropriation barring unforeseen circumstances. But between that time and the time that the full board met, it's one thing that emerges. It seems likely that one of the library staff members, all three of the eligible library staff members take the insurance incentive, is likely to shift to the health insurance plan, which is basically a $10,000 shift. And so we, in order to achieve flat funding, we had, you know, looked at every line and been very restrained and, you know, tried to hold back any increases and stuff. When this new thing came along, our new, again, preliminary budget that we're working with now includes close to the full amount of that increase, which is the difference between the insurance incentive and the health care plan. And just to lay out a little bit of what we were trying to do, why we were trying to level fund is in recognition of the fact that the building is actually needing more attention, you know, sort of expensive attention. And I sent along just a sample of some of the things going on. But we have a lot of things that really need to be addressed, and you know, all the time there's more of them, and they're impeding access to the building. The lights being out, you know, lights going out, fixtures failing is affecting the lighting in the building. And now that it's dark earlier, you know, we're seeing that more and more. And you know, we're not using some of the staircases because they're you know, disintegrating or they need to be repointed and stuff. And there's masonry work that's, you know, and this is just like a, you know, kind of a sample of what we're seeing. So what we're trying to do is restructure the budget to allow for more money for building attention. And so hold the line now. We have some reserves. It budgeted about $5,000 or exactly $5,000 of building reserves in order to sort of start this process. But in the out year, you know, FY25 and thereafter, I think we need to build a realistic maintenance line for the library to address the fact that the building's aging. It's 113 years old already. I know there was a lot of work done to it not that long ago, but you know, it is what it is. And so that's really what we were trying to do, was to flat fund so that we could use up some of the reserves on the building. And then in FY25 and thereafter, look at a different kind of restructured budget that did take into account building needs and that kind of thing. So the last thing I'd say is that the full board, which will consider this budget, library board, is meeting on December 6th. That's an off month meeting for them. They usually meet every other month. And so that's specifically to do that. And the assumptions we're making about who may or may not move from the incentive to the insurance plan could change between now and then. So, you know, there is still room for more shifting, but that's where we're at. And I'm happy to take any questions from y'all that I might be able to answer.
Well, I will start out by commending you on keeping your budget fairly tight. So I'll start off with that. But what I noticed of interest is your salaries for full-time and part-time are pretty close, which begs the question, how many full-time and how many part-time, you know?
How are we split? Well, there's three salary lines. There's my salary line. There's the full-time, which is 2 full-time people. And then the part-time is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people altogether. And you'll also see that we've actually, for proposing in FY24, that we are reducing the part-time salary line.
I saw that. That was commendable on that part. And you only went up on the full-time for about $1,000 from what your proposed budget sells here.
Yeah.
So, and all in all, you got a decrease of about 4,000 there between all the salaries. So that's it kind of sticks out a little bit. Anyone have any other questions? I mean, we'll probably go further as the budget system goes along, try and keep you posted as to where our funding is going to fall. So we give you plenty of time for me to make adjustments to your budget.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the chance of, you know, doing this fairly early in the process to open the conversation and stuff like that. I will let Scott know once the board has considered, the library board has considered the budget, what the outcome of that is in early December. And then I'm happy to come back anytime to answer any further questions or, address any other concerns or whatever that you might have.
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
Ian, the town spent a ton of money, what was it, 7 years ago, the total library refurbishment.
We're still paying for it.
Yeah, there's a bond on that. The roof was replaced at that time, was it not?
I believe so.
It was, and there's just ongoing kind of, there's a flat roof as well as a slate roof, and it's an awkward building, frankly, because of the three different parts of it that were built over time. And flat roofs are complicated beasts, and so, it does require a fair amount of attention. We had a piece of flashing just fall off the side of the building a few months ago, and it cost $1,000 for Jansowitz to come and, take care of that for us. And so it's just, it's Vermont, it's tough winters, it's a strange, roof, and it's old. We have to have a slate replaced pretty much every year. It's not in any given year, it's not terrifically outrageous, maybe $500-600. We actually have slate for the time being that we can use, but it's regular wear and tear of the building. And I know that I know there's a bond that's still being paid for, and there was a lot of work done to the building and stuff like that. We're kind of enough out from that to start seeing some of the, aging and stuff like that. And so I don't love spending money on slate and flashing and light fixtures and stuff like that, but it is sort of the nature of an old building. And, this is a bit of an interesting year. We're kind of rolling through a lull because it's hard to get anyone to come do any work on the building in the first place. So we're having trouble lining people up in general, but that's good because we're trying to restructure this thing, and things we need done, like when there might be a leak or something, we certainly want to address that could have like deeper impact. But for the time being, we're holding our breath just a little bit, but recognizing that in time, a 113-year-old building, even with recent attention, is going to need some just Band-Aids and some fixes and stuff like that.
Another topic is what's your the level of attendance, the level of patrons who are using the library? Do you track that, or you just track the number of books that are checked out?
Just to make sure, because I think that the microphone in the room is, so you're asking about the number of visitors as well as the amount of checkouts, for instance, or other kind of activity we can track. We do track visitors now. It tends to be, we don't have anything to compare it to, first of all, because it wasn't done in the past. And we've only started doing it in about the last 6 to 8 months. So some months we see maybe 50, 60 people a day. Other months, we might see fewer than that. In the summer, we saw more, especially around a lot of the programming that was happening, especially a lot of the youth programming. We've only most recently really, like there's a program upstairs tonight that it sounds like part of it is moving furniture around as part of the program. They've been quiet since I started talking, but that's bringing a lot more people in the building, which we really appreciate. And in addition to our circulation stats are good. They're about on par with what other libraries have seen. They're maybe 3/4 of what they were before the pandemic, but making up some of that is the audiobooks that people can listen to through their phones or whatever kind of thing like that. And so overall, I think that the use of the library is healthy and it's good. It can improve, but I also think we're doing good things to good programs like tonight's programs and important programs, stuff like that. They're expecting 50 people tonight. That'd be great. But over time, we'll have a better sense, since we just really started like in a data way. We have a counter at the door now that counts the number of people that come in and out. And so that's only in the last few months we've been doing that.
Thank you. I look forward to that data.
Looking at your current repairs listing that you have here, I'm kind of surprised that you're talking about lock mechanisms on the doors, significant masonry repair in several places. The kind of thing that sticks out is light fixtures failing on the main floor. I mean, I thought all that stuff was replaced when we overhauled that building down there.
I would love to not have to talk about things like light fixtures that are 7 or 8 years old needing to be replaced. And I've had some of the most bizarre conversations with people about the doors and the locks. The locks are falling apart. We're not opening some doors because we're afraid we won't be able to lock them again. And somebody said to me, a door and lock guy said to me, because I was like, how could this be? I mean, what are we talking about here? Why would this be a problem? And he said, come over here and show me where the name of the company on this locking apparatus is on this door. And I couldn't. He said, you know, companies that do quality work put their name on their products. And that was kind of eye-opening for me. So I know there were some complications in the renovation, and, you know, some of the things I think that were spec'd out with different solutions were maybe changed along the way. And I think we're seeing some of the fallout of that. That's not, frankly, the job I want or the thing I want to do, but I do want the lights to be able to be on and the doors to be able to unlock and lock and stuff like that. So we're going to try to roll this over a long time. It just is a fact. Butch from Dick's Locks in Brattleboro has worked on the locks in this building probably around town for years. So he won't touch them. He's like, they need to be fully replaced. The door guy said, you can't retrofit these doors with the new thing. You got to replace the doors. It's ridiculous. It's also what professionals are telling us. And so I've been here a year. This was some of the most startling information I found, was that locks and doors and light fixtures can fall apart relatively quickly.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would love Ian just to go over some of the maintenance issues with you sometime, some of the upgrades that are needed. Something that's kind of a specialty of mine. Yeah, I would just like to know more.
Specifically about some of the building maintenance stuff that we anticipate will need to be done. Is that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, I walked around the building just to make sure I was kind of catching sight of it. There are parts of the side of the building that, the outside of the building, I should say, that where the masonry is crumbled and falling apart. The front steps absolutely need to be repointed, even if we don't open the doors. You know, clearly the fact that they need to be resealed, grouted in between the steps is a problem, because I think over time they'll start to collapse in on themselves because they're not keeping the snow and other things out from them. I actually shovel them every time there's snow on them, but still you can see the impact. The back steps, which we'd like to use because they lead into the fireplace room, but also are an emergency exit from that part of the building. Those are concrete steps and those are disintegrating. So those need to be, you know, they could maybe be repaired one more time, but eventually they'll probably have to be replaced. There are lights that the fixtures are failing throughout the building. There are leaks that we're trying to track down. But one of the things that has never been done is that the HVAC system's never been balanced. And this is, I'm pretty sure that's what everyone is telling me. This is an important part. You know, we have an expensive HVAC system to keep the building, you know, books need a certain environment. We're not being crazy about it, but it's super inefficient because, you know, it has never been balanced. And so the air is hot in one place and then cold in another, vice versa in the summer, and it's wildly inefficient to have it that way. So every few years, 5 years at the most, somebody should come in. It's not complicated, but it takes expertise and some time and money, you know, a couple $1,000 to make sure that the systems run efficiently. We should see a little bit of electricity savings out of something like that because the system runs fully on electricity. But these are the kinds of like ongoing things that we're really have never been done, and we really need to introduce. I mean, even if we pushed it to every 7 years just to try to, you know, spread out the expense, it has to be done. It's something that has to be done for the system itself. We had to put $3,500 into the HVAC system last year. And we looked at it because only half of the system worked for a lot of the winter, that we saved money on electricity then, but people were wearing hats and sweaters and jackets and down coats in the building, you know? So it just has been, I think, the kind of unanticipated repairs, ongoing maintenance has been largely covered through contracts and stuff like that at the tune of about $12,000 a year. But, you know, nothing above that. It's kind of bare minimum stuff. And, you know, it's Vermont. I mean, buildings age. It's, you know, it's not a limestone or granite building. It's a brick building, strangely. And so, you know, work needs to be done. And then, let's see. We are paying attention to water intrusion because there's a couple places where we're seeing stuff and we're trying to figure it out. It's not bad, and we don't want to, you know, it's so expensive to chase leaks around unless you really know what's going on. And so we want to make sure it's an issue. I suspect one of them might be condensation from cold water pipes when it's very like raining outside. But of course, if it's raining outside and there's a little leak, everyone thinks it's the rain. I'm not convinced of it yet. So we're trying to, you know, not shovel money chasing problems around, but things are happening. And so, so those are some examples. Does that help, Elijah?
Yeah, you have it listed out. But I would just be interested to actually physically look at the building, you know, with you.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome. I would love that. It would be really fun to have anyone who wants to come up and have a look around and see what's going on anytime. I mean, you know, you can show up at the door or you can, you know, set it up with me or whatever. But if somebody wants to, you know, anybody who wants to come up and actually take a look at some of the things happening, please, that would be fantastic. It would make a lot more sense than me kind of jawing about it, you know, so.
Okay, anyone else? Rick?
And just kudos to Ann Dempsey. The programming is fantastic. The number of creative programs on local history and culture. It's really great. And a lot of my friends and I attend those. And I just want to send out a thank you to her.
You know, she's running this program tonight and I'll pass that along to her, but it has been really exciting to see some of the programming really start to pick up again and all that kind of stuff. And people are excited to be back in the building.
Yeah, she does a great job.
Okay, any questions so we can move on? Sorry to keep you up, Sue.
Sorry.
Thank you, Ian.
It's way past my bedtime. I don't know what to say. Thank you all for having me. It's nice to see you
Be
all.
down to see you, visit you. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, Charlie, for being patient. You're on the docket here. We will.
Yeah, right there. Here's probably
Carry
see it.
better.
You gotta raise your right hand, Charlie, I swear,
We do have your information in front of us, Charlie, so have at it however you would like to go.
Well, I could either read it or just quickly summarize it.
I think a quick summary, we can read ourselves, I think.
Good, okay, things are basically going pretty well. You know, I always want to give a shout out to Tim Heidbrink, Jen Tolero Heidbrink, and Sean Roberts, who are the three coordinators. And then the rest of the team, all the kids who work there and show up, and, you know, Sean Douglas, who helps with the booking of the movies and stuff. First run films, what we've learned is that attendance is really dependent on what the film is. The tough thing we're in is we're a single screen theater in a small market, and the big studios for blockbusters want 2 or 3 week runs. We tend to do fine for the first 2 weeks, then attendance drops off the 3rd week, versus having movies that nobody goes to at all. So, you know, the attendance figures were still off. Before the pandemic, we were averaging 80 people a movie. You know, it's been about half of that. We are doing better now. The blockbuster season that started in November. We are, you know, we're at about 55 people per screening in November. Hopefully that'll continue. But money-wise, we're actually doing pretty well, you know, because labor is a lot less. You know, everything else, you know, what we pay for a blockbuster is, or for a movie, is about 55% of the ticket revenues. So even if you don't have as big a crowd, we're not paying out guarantees on those movies. So June through November in 2021, or June through November to date, in 2021, we had 5,500 admissions. In 2022, we're at 6,890 for the same time period. So there's growth. Special events, we've got 14 events for fiscal year 23 on the books. In fiscal year 22, we had 11 event nights. Our eventual goal is 24 event nights. I think we'll hit that by fiscal year 25. We have, you know, we've not in this summary, but just as an aside, the Ray Masuko concert series. We're already at I think we're at like 65 series tickets sold, which is very, very good because we have not announced the lineup or the dates yet. So the special events, we've got, both the live stuff, and then we also have regional film screenings, the food drives, private film screenings. Fact TV is going to be shooting a movie in the theater itself. We got a grant from the Claremont Savings Bank to help do it with the help of Susan McNeil to do a small, probably just a one-day film screening for regional filmmakers. I mean, there's nice utilization of the space starting to happen, I think. Classic Film Wednesdays, the sponsorships are fully subscribed thanks to a wonderful collection, primarily a wonderful collection of local businesses who have stepped up to do 4 films a year. We do have individuals stepping forward as well, but that is now solidly, it used to be that occasionally sponsors would be found, but very often sponsors weren't found, and classic films don't draw, they need the subsidy of the sponsorship to be a net positive. On-screen advertising, when I sent this summary in this afternoon, I hadn't checked the actual number. It said on-screen advertising is bringing in over $1,000 a month. The actual figure right now is it's bringing in $1,400 a month. And it used to be maybe $200 a month before times. So that really is helping. The website is running very smoothly. This week, we're rolling out new pages for support of the Opera House, which is the Take a Seat program, which is, the name tag, which basically is just, it's just getting that back up and running after being kind of dead for a couple of years. Also voluntary tiered memberships, not huge benefits, but just for people who really see how valuable the Opera House is to the town and want to toss a few bucks to help keep it operating. I again want to emphasize that the construction of the website, the paying the web designer, the 501c3 that I run has paid 100% of that cost. The ongoing expenses of the ticketing system are borne by the town, but the website itself there's no cost to the town for that. The facility itself, it's getting a bunch of much needed upgrades, both to concession equipment, new ice machine this year, the popcorn machine. We replaced the blower and then something else stopped working. And I called, there's an authorized dealer in Rutland. And I called them, they've gotten us the part for the blower. And I said, it's mostly sheet metal, can we just keep replacing parts? He said, what year is it from? I said, 1981 or so. He said, no, you're 10 years. They don't even sell new equipment. And they were like, no, it really is 40-year-old machine. It needs to be replaced. And then town manager pickup, development director Fox, planning director Wise, and the select board have been so supportive of kind of the facility upgrades that need to happen. And so I really am feeling pretty darn encouraged. So I don't have all the numbers at my fingertips, but I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
David Stern was here how many months ago, talking about the lighting issue and the grant and all the electrical
He talks to
issues.
me about it every week. I see him in Rotary.
Oh, okay, so it's
Yeah,
still-
I
it's
give him
still-
weekly
I just wanted,
updates.
I never heard where that ended up. Did it get resolved?
It's been ordered. There are pieces of the lighting that are actually here and in storage. The piece that we're waiting on is the primary piece left are the lifts that will lift the actual arrays up and down. So those will be coming until, I believe, February is the delivery date, and they'll be installed. And they should be up and running for his March show. So he was very pleased.
Great. That was a $72,000 grant, right? Was that the-
No, the grant's only 30,000. We're spending significantly more than that on the lighting as well as upgrades to the lighting board system, which Charlie can also tell you is ancient. as well as we have to do some roof truss. Some of the roof trusses need to be upgraded as well. And a new catwalk system that'll be replacing some of the plywood and wooden structures that are up in the crawl spaces above. So all of that goes into that lighting project, which you can see on the other revenue and expense sheet. And at this point, we're still not 100% sure on, we're gonna have to do some welding on some of these trusses to give it enough support, not only to support the lighting project, but also to support potentially a solar array on the roof, which is something that the town board and the village had asked us to look into for, longer term sort of energy efficiency of our building. So the engineers have engineered the required truss support systems. Now we're trying to figure out what the actual, we're waiting on their final estimate. And then we'll have to put that portion out to bid. So during the budget, we'll be coming back to talk about if we have some gaps in that funding, as well as potentially talking to the village about helping to support the roof portion, since it's ultimately going to be to everyone's benefit to do the solar project down the road and replace the flat roof.
There's some new funding coming out just for municipal infrastructure. You know about that, Gary?
We get grant award, updates on constant, right? One of the things we're looking at though is for the solar specific. We do have the one grant for the cultural facilities grant for the lighting. They have extended that. And, as we talked about, and I know David was frustrated when we talked about this, but the lighting project was so much more involved than just a light board and a couple of new lights, and it became a much more involved project. So we've been working at it, and I think we're still on schedule so that can be up, and they won't have to build those big lighting towers for their shows, which are cumbersome and a little bit stressful to put those together. So, yeah.
The ending of our shuttered venue grants, how's that gonna affect, or is it really gonna affect going forward?
The shuttered venue.
Yeah, that was 150,
Yeah, that was great.
I mean, that was over the hump the first year, I think. but-
I think, yeah, I have not really drilled down on the numbers that finance office gave me the other day, but it looks like operationally, we are hovering right around being self-sufficient. I mean, it really, there's always going to be expenses for the facility, but operationally, we are remarkably, we're in remarkably decent shape.
I think
And
Charlie's.
another thing that's really exciting is that the people who really are invested in the seeing that the film program continue strongly. I'm working with Sean, the film booker guy, on Sean Douglas, the film booker guy, on he gave me the schedule of blockbuster releases for next year. We line out the year for optimal time for live events where it's not going to interfere with the blockbusters. Then we get the schedule of when the blockbusters are specifically getting released. And so we are really working with the promoters to make sure that we put live stuff in at times when the big movies aren't coming out. And I think that's a real game changer. Everybody is working in the same direction, which is very encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie, and I know we talked to the board last year about this, about ramping up the live events. And I think the key is Charlie's hitting all of those, those metrics and expanding that as we go forward. And that's where I think we're seeing a real increase in the revenue. The film is what it is. I think we're all sort of under the impression that some of it will come back, but with, home video and direct to video release, I don't think we'll ever see the same film attendance in theater. So we're really banking on this approach and trying to balance that with more live events to really help us keep our, our heads above water.
But still primarily keeping this an affordable, affordable place where people can go see a movie at it's a community service. I've really come to understand how beloved the Opera House is by people. And that's why our slogan is, when you're here, you're home, because people really identify with it. And I by not stepping on, by carefully working with the movies and the live stuff, I think we can balance it with, and build our bottom line. Because if we have a movie that 10 people a night are coming to, it makes a lot more sense to have a live event, which is going to put hundreds of dollars in the coffers and bring business to downtown, people going out to restaurants and stuff. If you've got, if a live event comes in when there is a blockbuster, that can really negatively affect the ability to get the blockbuster. So by doing careful planning ahead, we've got next year's calendar, is up on computers where we can keep out of each other's way and work together. So it's good.
And I think the other milestone that Charlie mentions in his report, but I think is really significant, is the hearing impaired system, which is up and operational.
Sorry about that.
And, I think it's a tribute towards, Charlie said it was interrupted by COVID, which is true. It sat in a box for an extended period, and we finally got it up and operational, and people have started to use it. And so again, as the theater, it reaches out and tries to, we're trying to service anybody or everybody as much as we can. So, I thought that was a very important milestone, and I appreciated, getting that up and running.
Thanks to Red, this website looks great, and thanks to the, Red funds the website, is that right?
It pays for the development of the website. We pay Vern, anybody out there in internet land and television land, if you're looking for a good web designer, keen web design, Vern Thornblad. He also volunteers some of his time. He doesn't charge us for everything. But yeah, he's done it.
It's great.
It's great.
I guess just for a general comment to the board, our relationship between Red and the town is very strong. I think it's been very productive. Charlie's strength is in, some of the areas that we are incredibly not strong in. So he's filled a lot of gaps. And as you can tell, things are much better in terms of that portion of the operation. So as far as the partnership between Red and the town goes, we're approaching our second year on the contract, and hopefully we'll continue our relationship, because it certainly has been beneficial on the town's standpoint. So I've appreciated having all of his, he has connections and wisdom, and it's been very helpful for us.
Diggity.
Is revenue keeping track with even with a Spectrex? We will be getting finances next week, next meeting.
Spectrex costs us $15,000 a year. What Spectrex does give us is the frames that are used on the web page. It's all this kind of behind the scenes. It's a very strong behind the scenes thing. It gives the finance department very good reports. It makes it's very attractive to outside promoters, because we handle all the ticketing and stuff.
Okay,
So at present, it's still not nearly paying for itself.
Okay, no, I just wondered.
Yeah, no. It's a totally legitimate question. And I believe it saves us money in terms of personnel hours. And as we build up more, with more of the live events, it will come, I think it will come to within about $3,000 of everything, but $3,000 will be actually offset by revenue coming in. And then I think the time saving is worth the $3,000.
Yeah.
It also links everybody who's in the database. We can now send out emailers at no, essentially no cost. And it just tracks all this information. It's really powerful.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't up on what Spectrex actually does until you just saw.
Yeah, it's just a framework. It's a specialized database for venues. And as we build up the membership aspect, which is, again, there's no necessity for anyone to become a member. But if you become a member, you get a couple of free tickets and stuff. And the Spectrex system will take care of all that time that one would normally spend hiring someone to send out the tickets and do all that stuff. It's not perfect, but it's I think any system would have its.
Well, just help to know what it does. I mean, you know, so. Okay, and what have,
Quarterly, I have a little bit of feedback, that would give you some time just on the usability of the website, the ticketing, just, you know, a few suggestions for maybe a couple of possible tweaks, just from the perspective of a user, you know, so.
Do you want to give them now, or do you want to do that over coffee
I'll
sometime?
go through some of the specifics with you, but one thing I think of off the top of my head is maybe instead of saying booking, it could say tickets.
I would love it if it did that. Spectrix does not allow you to do that. It's not in, I know, it says booking information as opposed to tickets.
Yeah. Yeah, it's maybe not obvious to everybody what that means.
any other questions for Charlie or? Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate you coming in, explaining the rules and the regulations and.
Thank you, and I want to say, working with the town office is great, the whole team there. And Scott is just a joy, so, thank you all. All right, we'll see you guys. See you.
Look at the two of those guys conniving over there. This is not good.
She's mocking. me.
This is not good.
She doesn't experience.
Yeah, I know.
She doesn't experience that very often.
Oh, God.
She's a different-
Scott, did you want to do this next item in the executive session, or do you?
No, I think. we
Oh,
can do
okay,
that.
I know
Yeah.
you mentioned something about the personnel update, that's why I didn't know.
No, because
So that's something
basically,
different you want to do.
Peter has been part of this and
Okay.
so we can do it in the regular session.
All right,
It's
then
gone through
let's go to 5, which is the
Yep.
proposed health insurance update for personnel committee. There's a information in your packet, hope you can understand it.
a lot of detail, but we'll try to break it down.
Took us a while to get here.
So we had a series of meetings with our personnel committee. Peter was involved, so he can tell you, we went through multiple iterations. The goal was, as we were talking with folks about retention, as well as some of the people that have left and transitioned to other jobs, one of the issues that kept coming up was the health insurance plan. And there was a lot of discussion about the previous changes and that we were no longer offering the, some of the, for example, we weren't offering the platinum plan. And so there had been a host of changes that had really sort of driven that program down in people's minds. So we started working on what are our alternatives, and Heather has been doing a lot of that work. I know she's online, as well as Alyssa, trying to come up with creative ways to see, is there a way we can sort of expand our offering, not create a huge burden on the employer, and still provide some benefits to our employees that will, hopefully help us hang on to folks, as well as maybe attract some new folks when we have to do our recruiting. So we went through, and basically what we came up with as a final package, and what ended up went to the trustees last week, and they had approved the changes, so now it's in front of you, is there would be a full host of offerings. So if you look at the one sort of page here with the 3 different programs on it, you'll see the platinum, the gold, and the silver. Those are the Blue Cross and Blue Shield offerings. We don't control the scope of those plans or the programs or the premium costs. Those are handled by the state of Vermont. And just as just to sort of paint the full picture, the last time that the state looked at the premiums, they raised the rates. So standing alone, no matter what we do, if we had just stayed with our existing program, our premium costs were going to go up for our total program was about $100,000. So we had a built-in increase into our program just based on what the state of Vermont was doing to premiums. They were raising almost 11 to 12% is what they actually approved at the state level. With all that being said, we looked at our plan and said, if we, the employer, could pay 80%, which is the basic standard of what we were doing now in our current plan, which is the gold and the silver, and change the way we do medical reimbursement, which is basically helping people to cover some of those out-of-pocket expenses, which you can see on some of the plan designs. When we go into more detail on this blue sheet, you'll see how some of the out-of-pocket expenses on, for example, the silver plan, if you have a relatively tough year medically, you could be responsible as a family participant for up to $14,000 in out-of-pocket expenses. For most of our employees, that's a significant financial concern. So you can see the difference between that out-of-pocket maximum and what could potentially be the same for somebody that was under the platinum plan. So in order to make the platinum plan, which is more expensive by premium, at least available or somewhat affordable, we ended up sort of reworking the medical reimbursements. So a single person, right now, they're eligible for, I believe it's $2,000. So now under this proposal, it would go down to $1,000 for a 2-person plus. So that's a family, or anybody 2-person to a family. The new proposal would be $1,500. I think right now it's up to $3,000. And those are monies that, again, the town has to budget. So reducing that potential overhead helps sort of offset some of the premium costs. And we had looked at the numbers to try to figure out what the potential savings would be. It's a little bit of a shot in the dark on the actual savings because people might change plans every year. We have the open enrollment period. So we really don't know how many people might choose to stay where they are in the gold plan, move to the platinum, or go to the silver. It changes every year. Or drop insurance altogether and go to the incentive, which is the third sort of area that we tweaked. Under the incentive right now, the town pays 50%. So if you don't participate in our insurance plan and you can prove that you have coverage through an eligible spouse or other person, then we will give you a payment for up to 50% of the current gold plan now, but it would be up to 40% under this proposal. So part of that discussion was reducing that amount. These people would still be receiving a benefit from the town for not using the health insurance. So there is some incentive to the town to save that money, but they would also provide additional funds to help make a more robust offering with the 3 plans and as a full package. And then the last thing that we did is we looked at, under our current program for medical reimbursements, the finance office right now takes receipts and issues checks, and it's kind of a cumbersome process for them to do these reimbursements. Blue Cross Blue Shield actually has a program with a card preset with the spending limits where they do that basically online. It's not crazy or unusual. We had just never taken or participated in that program for some reason. And so we basically said to employees, we want to free up time in the finance office so we can do other activities. And basically people can handle their reimbursements through this program through Blue Cross. And it makes it much less cumbersome for the finance office to basically get invoiced and just pay what they have to pay on I think it's a monthly basis. I'm not sure if they invoice this monthly or bi-weekly. I'm not quite sure yet exactly how that's going to work, but she won't have to issue, hundreds of these reimbursement checks.
Or keep track of what people are using, where they're at,
Right.
et cetera.
So basically the bottom line with all of that is we went through a pretty large conversation with our represented union folks and folks at the table. And Peter can tell you, it was a long conversation, and we got to a point where I think we had done as much as we could do without, there's always, I'm sure in any negotiation, people always want more. And we had reached sort of, I think, the best we could do. And we finally came to an agreement. The unions were on board. This package, the same package, basically went to the trustees last week. They had approved the changes. I'm asking for the board tonight to consider approving the personnel committee recommendations as well. And the reason why the timing is a little bit important is because now we have to go into open enrollment. So if the board wants to go forward with this, and again, the trustees and the unions have all agreed to move forward with this, then we'll have to go through our open enrollment process and ultimately get everybody signed up so that January 1st the new benefits would start. So it's a time sensitive issue. That's why we brought it to you this evening as opposed to waiting for the joint board even 2 weeks from on the 29th. So it's a long-winded sort of conversation, lots of numbers, lots of different aspects of what happened. Maybe Peter, you want to fill in some gaps since you had participated in all the meetings.
Right. You got a question?
Yeah, the benefits is a retention issue. Scott, I know people who work in big companies, small companies, governments. I don't know anyone who gets gold or platinum health and vision and dental. Where are these people going? I mean, these are the best benefit package I could ever imagine.
It's more, I think, because there's a couple of reasons for this. First of all, wage-wise, I think we're all under pressure on the government side that we're not competitive with the private sector. The younger people, when they're entering the workforce, we used to be able to sell them on Beamers and say, you know what, if you stay here for 25 years, you get a great pension. That has zero interest to a young person entering the workforce.
Really? They just,
Zero.
they're not
They
thinking about
just don't
getting
get
old.
it, you know, it's same with health insurance. A lot of them that take the incentive, figure, I'm not gonna get sick. I don't need to buy insurance, so they take the incentive, but if a catastrophe strikes, then they're in hot water.
You can.
Right, so I mean,
and that was some of the give and take and
Yeah.
stuff that went back. I mean, Heather, when pulling the hair on it at some point, so they kept asking, well, what if we do this? What if that? I don't know how she went through the iterations that she came up with, and we finally ended up with offering 3 plans, and that because there's a couple of people that wanted to stay with the plan they got now. Instead of explaining to them the benefit of going to an overall plan that everybody would benefit from. So, and explaining the difference between the medical reimbursement and the fact that their out-of-pocket expenses was literally disappearing with some of them. And it's like, I got it, and I'm Polish, I can get it, but I mean, some of those people, it's just like you're talking to the wall, they just didn't understand the fact that
right.
we're reducing your reimbursement from the town for medical expenses because your out-of-pocket expenses aren't gonna cost you. Yeah, it's unbelievable the amount of the money on the platinum plan was, and I tried to convince them just off of one plan, but in the end, it ended up being.
We tried that, and that was one of the conversations we had.
So,
Made
so that's what we're
modifications.
gonna do. And a lot of it went back to the previous administration. If you guys, I know Sue was on the board and you guys weren't, but that was a midnight hour deal, and the whole package got slapped in front of those guys a week before they had to sign on the dotted line. They said, take it or leave it. And that's, so they have this bitter taste in their face that they are very leery about going to this because they figure they're gonna get the shaft again. And we tried to convince them every which way. So in, going forward with union negotiations, of course, this is gonna have an effect on that. That's where we go from there. So
Will this strengthen your hand with the other compensation, given this, it looks like a tremendous benefit plan from my perspective, my experience in my career. Will this strengthen your hand with sort of the compensation, the salaries as opposed to?
I hope so, because, the marketplace we're competing in, we're getting left behind in a lot of ways, because we don't offer the sign-on bonuses that other communities are offering. I mean, you look at Springfield, they're offering $5,000 for some people for sign-on, $7,500 for other types of jobs. In specialty areas, highway, if I have to get a guy with a CDL, most of these drivers right now for oil delivery companies, other companies are paying $30+ an hour. We don't pay in that kind of a range for our highest end employees.
The
So,
oil companies don't offer these kind of benefits.
but they pay a lot more per hour.
basically, we're.
So you gotta, in negotiations, I hope there could be some give and take on.
Well, I think the entire, part of the conversation you have in any negotiation is you look at the entire package of benefits, time off work, holiday times, the cost of your benefits package and your salary. And when you look at all of those things, is it competitive?
Right.
And that's the goal, at least that's the hope. Right.
Thank you.
Listen, do you have some comments?
I just wanted to point out to you, Rick, that the platinum plan used to be the plan that was offered to employees, and a couple of years ago that was taken away. And so that's why
Oh,
people are really excited to see it coming back, because they never wanted it to go away in the first place.
that's helpful.
But making changes in the other pieces of the entire program made it so that meaning the employer is not paying the full cost of that transition. It's a shared, so.
And unfortunately, when they approved the 12% rate hike,
they didn't equally distribute that percentage among the plans, and so the platinum plan was the biggest hit, so. But that's out of our hands, we can't.
Any questions? No, it's a lot. I got that pack that thick of a whole Heather's iterations, but anyway. That being said, I guess there's no further. Heather, thank you for hanging in there.
You're welcome. I didn't have much to contribute this time, I guess.
Well, you're lucky.
Yes.
You did enough work in the past anyway. You deserve a break.
Thank you. Yep.
Not sending you McDonald's either.
She doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
That's right. I'm all done.
Okay, let's move on to Gary, who's been patiently waiting in the background. Hope you see the light back there.
Peter,
We'll get to vote on it.
Peter, do we
Yeah,
wanna-
we should be, we need a, either consensus or vote, probably a vote would be best.
It
So
should
we
be.
want to take a motion to approve the proposed health plan.
I move that we approve the proposed health plan.
I'll second that.
Motion been made and seconded to approve the proposed health plan. Presented, any questions? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor would say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries, and now Gary, you're on. There is a list in your packet. Care to look at it.
Thank you for sticking around.
Don't let the money scare you.
Yeah, so while everyone's fresh at the beginning of the meeting, we'll get into the complications of it. Basic premise with this is a lot of agencies, a lot of organizations, and it's gonna always take longer than we think and run into challenges that we just have to sort through. So the ones that we're in right now, the lease with the state has to be negotiated before we sign a purchase option, so that there's a guarantee that the building we buy is accessible. We have access to it. And the Depot Street and the bottom of Island Street were never really thrown up by the town. Technically, there's no roads there. So what we're working through now is history. So the town has paved, put in curbings, plowed, maintained roads there since the 1880s or so. And the V-Trans highway road system, their maps show those roads there. So there's the potential that the right of ways will be instituted, and we're working on that with VHB and with Steve Ancuda, and the other side of it is it may end up being just a negotiation with the railroad of is it just the roads there, or is it that whole intersection area that we can include in the lease if that right away doesn't get determined that it's just available. So so there's a delay there for the purchase to happen. In the meantime, the NEPA process and the Section 106 process have to complete for grant funds to be available for the purchase. And those processes are pretty far along. And the one holdup is the analysis of brownfields cleanup alternatives, which that piece needs to be submitted along with the NEPA review, right? It's the part of the National Environmental Policy Act. That clearance has to include how we're going to address the lead and asbestos. And of course, because it's a historic building, the Department of Historic Preservation has a strong interest in how we address those. And we're doing it right. We met with them early on. We know what parts of the building, it's really important to them to maintain the plaster that has asbestos in it, and we don't need to abate it because it's in good condition. We just need to make sure we have a management plan. So all of those pieces are lining up nicely. And that analysis of brownfield cleanup alternatives plan has a $10,000 price tag. So that's the ask tonight, is that we can request, or there's a motion on there to authorize the municipal manager to execute agreements and authorize $10,000 for the analysis of brownfields cleanup alternatives at the station. And there are the funds there in engineering in the general fund budget for this year. As you can see in the, I don't know if it's clear the way it's laid out. I tried to have sources and uses so you could see what grants or the town warning for $75,000, what all of the sources of funds are and where they're going to be applied in a chart there. And then the timeline kind of lays out the steps that we just talked about to get through the NEPA in section 106. At that point, we would have a determination from Agency of Commerce and Community Development, a release of funds once they accept the NEPA environmental review for the $200,000. And then the Northern Borders Regional Commission, they have a notice to proceed method. So when they approve the NEPA, they'll provide a notice to proceed, and then that $550,000 is available for the acquisition and to get into the brickwork, masonry work, the historic windows and doors, a repair to the foundation and bulkhead. So all of those will be able to be getting done. I'd say next spring, summer, and would not need to wait for the federal appropriation, the earmark, all of that sort of stuff that the interior renovations, rehabilitation will require. And then, of course, the some back and forth with the EPA and the state, and we did get determined to be the station building to be eligible for the $300,000 of lead and asbestos abatement that will go before the Brownfields board at their December meeting. There was a little question about it because we're leasing the land and not owning it, but the EPA determined it because we will own the building and it is all specific hazardous materials in the building itself, nothing to do with the land that it is eligible. So, so we will be able to get about between the purchase and the work lined up, about $1 million of work done before we get to the next round of the federal appropriation, which could take as long as the following year to get into because of Congress appropriations, procurement issues. So there's also coordination. So Amtrak has subcontracted with V-Trans to do their ADA platform improvements. And they'll be going into design in this coming spring. And they're also, V-Trans obviously is also doing the Depot Street Bridge, and there's some overlap there because the parking lot where the off alignment bridge will start is where the train parking spaces and the ADA parking are located. So we've been working to have a meeting with the V-Trans Stantec, whom Amtrak hired to design the platform, VHB, the town, the rail divisions, and it looks like that everyone's going to be able to meet on Monday. One person we're still waiting on. So if we can get everyone together Monday, we'll be able to identify when everyone is lined up for that work, and we'll know a lot better about some of the other pieces of the scheduling. But that's a huge win, being able to have the work coordinated with Amtrak's platform, the trans parking lot, it takes a lot off of our plate. Site work for ADA parking and a nice walkway that gets safe access for the wheelchairs. The platform being raised up. One serious challenge for the historic canopies was how do we get footings into the platform without running into the environmental and archaeological challenges. And because Amtrak is doing the platform at the time, coordinating with them, they can leave spots for the footings without having to trigger any of those issues. It would be a deal breaker for the state in terms of leasing the station. So everything is lining up great and looks good in the big picture. Just slow, a lot of complications. But funds are becoming available as we need them. The pieces are lining up to deal with the complications. And like I said, just would ask if you had any questions. And then for the motion.
Rick, I see your finger working.
Yeah, sorry. First of all, this is a three-dimensional chess game that you're playing here. I don't know how you do it, but it's amazing. Explain the intersection thing again. Don't we, I mean, we've been assuming that's ours since 1880.
Yeah, so it's part of the rail yard.
Okay, so the town doesn't own it, although we maintained it for all these years.
The rail yard owns right up until up the hill to the building, the brick line of 30 Island Street, which was Vermont Farm Machine Tool Company. And so a little ways up Island Street and all of Depot Street is part of the rail yard. I don't know, Scott. Did you?
I mean, we were looking through stuff from the 1840s and trying to find any description or any legal description of what was owned by who, and it's really it's not very well documented. So the roads were put where they were put over time, and they've moved over time, and there are not clearly delineated locations for some of this. So that was in some ways a blessing, in some ways a problem, because we were able to move town right of way by saying, sure, that's the right of way, because there's no way to say it's not. So.
And Vermont, the state of Vermont owns the rail yard, right?
Yes.
So what delineation then, why is that a problem?
Well, they need to make sure that that whatever they do works for all of the rail companies that use the freight yard. And so the area needed for the freight is increasing, and there's just limits to how much they really want to allow right of ways to be taken out of the rail yard property.
This is the Vermont Rail Systems.
Not just VRS, it's Green
Yeah.
Mountain, it's a host of people that also use
Yeah.
that right away.
And there's a new company that's coming. in.
Yeah, all of the rail companies, the state, there's CSX, there's Pan Am Guilford, there's Green Mountain Railroad,
Oh,
NECR, and Genesee, Wyoming, and they all have, a toe in it, so to speak. So the state rail division, the way that they handle that is just, they always make sure that they minimize any impact to possible rail. Like Scott was talking about the movement of the right of way, in the pictures you see from 1880, there's railroad tracks where Depot Street and Island Street meet. So as that stuff shifted around, trolley tracks went in, the trolley went through there. Yeah, it's not clear.
It's
So-
some of the same challenges we had with the off alignment bridge discussion
Yep.
with, how we could make the geometry work, because they were very protective of all of that right away. And so it's been a challenge, to get everybody on board and try to get a final lease document. We're close. So, and then it triggers, you can see an avalanche of other agencies that have other requirements. The key pieces, I think, we're still probably going to come back to at some point to potentially use some ARPA funds to do some of that 56,000 that he has in that funding sources stack. that is sort of when we're getting to the point of being able to do our final bid documentation and construction and that kind of thing. So that's way down the road. We don't need that right away. But I think it's something that we want to just bring to your attention because I think that's still, we haven't focused or found any particular source yet for that. And so that's sort of a holding, at least a piece to hold that as we move forward.
With the village, again, anything on that? Because they've got more open mind than we do.
Have not spoken to the village. I want to talk to them about this building and a few things. So there's always room for a conversation. Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? So we can get a motion on the floor here.
Need a motion for the $10,000.
Read the whole motion.
Okay.
Actually.
All right, I move that we authorize the municipal manager to execute agreements and authorize $10,000 for analysis of brownfield cleanup alternatives, ABCA, at the Bells Falls train station. And I have one question, will that be a competitive bid for that work?
Yes,
Okay, so that's the motion.
it will follow the town procurement policies.
We have a second for the motion.
I'll second it.
And then just another
Motion.
question, you said this is coming from just the general fund or from the engineering
Yes, in the general fund, yes.
just the general fund?
75,000 in that engineering. I don't think they spent probably squat out of that.
Yeah, it was supposed to be for right of ways. Actually, that's why to research the issues of right of ways.
Yeah, I know.
Part of it, we've used part of it for some of our paving program and a few other things, but yeah.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to authorize the manager to execute agreements and authorize 10,000 for the analysis of brownfield cleanup alternatives at the Bells Falls tank station. Is there any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Good job.
Okay, let's move on to review and approve orders, bills and warrants. I have them here. Take a motion.
Orders, bills, and warrants.
We'll hear a second.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to review and approve orders, bills and warrants. Any questions? And two of them, the only one I caught was kind of funny. There was one there that said they spent $603 for a cup holder.
What?
Well, you had to know what a cup holder is. I mean, you visualize a little cup holder for a pickup truck.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't what it was. It was a cup holder that holds some sort of mechanism on them. They sent me pictures to prove what the heck the cup holder was. Even Debbie didn't get it. Then all of a sudden she sent me. an
It's not
email.
for
I
coffee.
just got it.
Yeah, it's
I
not
was
for
gonna
coffee.
get on that.
Oh, okay.
It's not a little cup holder for your coffee cup. It's
That's like the $10,000 toilet.
Right.
yeah, right. Stop. Kind of woke me up for a minute, but.
It's a bad
okay, that's the
description
only
of
thing I
a
had,
useful,
but,
of a useful
So,
product.
all those in
Yeah.
favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries, and they're coming around. Agenda for the December 6th, 2022 meeting. That will be finances anyway.
Yes, we'll have all the financials. We'll also have some more of our budget conversation as well. So we'll have more presentations. Probably not at that meeting, but probably the next meeting after that, I'd like to have a discussion about the bridge, and we talked about paint and some other aspects of design, because we have to talk about that piece before we get too far down the road with VHB, and whether we want to do galvanizing or paint on the bridge or the pedestrian bridge at both. So
Scott, at that time, I discussed the recommendations made by the guy from Local Motion.
definitely have that part of that discussion as well.
Okay.
Because at some point you reach a point where they can't go back and do the, the
Right.
design's too far down,
Right.
down the road.
Yeah, Mike, and one of them was the pedestrian bridge as it's designed is only 8 feet wide, and that doesn't meet the ASHTOAA standards, whatever that stands for.
Asheville.
Okay, so that's down the road.
Okay.
Okay,
Anything else?
we're gonna have to put this swap shop thing to rest. I'll give a report and recommendation.
Bring that back on, okay.
Anything else? No? All right, agenda items for the joint board meeting.
The incremental development working group will be doing a presentation. We'll have an update to talk about with tax sale. We'll talk a little bit about, I think, ARPA. And there's something else, and now it's escaping me, but it'll come back to me.
VLCT, white paper about.
That's
about
public safety. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
All right, other business, Elijah?
I was wondering, Scott, if you'd heard anything back from Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust about fixing the issue on Depot Street with not having a proper detour.
The traffic issue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's first time down
No follow-up. I'll talk to DEW because they're really more responsive than Wyndham Windsor.
I got a question. I think you call them now, community partnerships or something in the budget. You give some money to.
Our social services
Social
agencies,
services, yeah.
yes. That's part of our warning and our annual meeting.
Right. It's not just social services though, because the bike project gets some money.
I think it's a catch-all for sort of
Right.
non-government or non-traditional
Well, I'm
government.
curious, the Bellas Falls Historical Society could really use a little financial help in maintaining that park. Would that be appropriate to try and get a couple $1,000?
Anything's appropriate, it's just a matter of whether the people are willing to vote for it, that's all.
Right. I mean, we can certainly bring it up
I mean,
as
you
part of
need
the
to-
conversation.
You have a petition to get it on the agenda, you have to get it on the town report, and we just put an item on.
Right.
And it will go up for vote, because that's a special, it's not on there, on the.
It's
on
not
the
currently
listing now.
listed, right?
This is the year we list and vote on all 5 of them, there are 15 or 20.
I think
of
it's
them.
next year. We
That's
go
next
back
year,
through.
yeah,
and
thank
do all
God for that.
Right.
So people aren't voting on these individually, they're voting on the whole big block.
Well,
Yes or
we
no?
have them all listed out with amounts, and then there's a total, and then that goes on the warning
Yeah.
of town meeting, and then
But
people.
because yours, that your request is new, we would have to have a by petition.
Correct.
This
Oh, it'd
item
be
would
all
say
by
by-
itself, it couldn't
To
be
add it.
glommed in with
Yeah,
the
you
others.
gotta
You have to add it as a new item, which you could certainly do.
How many years does that cycle go through where people get to vote individually on the different agencies?
I believe it's every 5
Five,
years
I think.
it goes for, right. Yeah.
Just remind everybody that it's a in-person meeting at town hall. It's not by Australian ballot. We will probably have an item on the town warning to vote whether we want to go to Australian ballot or not, but this year, everything including the budget will be by floor vote. We can take a paper ballot on the floor vote, but everything is taking place. So if you get 50 people there, they make the decision. Yes, no, or maybe, so just want to let you know ahead of time that that's what's going on. The other thing I have is cruising the Westminster Town website. A little item on there says 121 is going to be closed starting November 28th to 12/9, December 9th. It's gonna be closed during the day, they don't say any hours, and it will be open at night. They don't give you any hours when they're gonna open it, or when they're gonna close it, or anything. So I had Scott try and track it down, and he went to the state website, but they only deal with state roads, not town roads, which 121 is the town road. So Heather jumped into the mix and said that she had some relative that works there, and she texted him in the office, and it's the Cooperman's Bridge. I don't know what they're doing there, but it is gonna be closed first. So, and that's gonna affect the joint board meeting. Anybody coming to that's gonna have to allow for time, because you're gonna have to go Hill Road, Pleasant Valley, or back Westminster to get here.
Right.
And the same with December 6th. That meaning if anybody out of town is gonna have to. So,
What are those dates again, Peter?
pardon?
What are the dates?
November
again?
28th, which is right after Thanksgiving holiday, and it goes till December 9th. That's what it is on the website right now. And I don't know what they're doing there. I really don't. They fixed the guardrail that the truck took out, so I don't know.
And they fixed that plate that you were talking about.
Yeah, they, finally got that patched, yeah, so. I have no clue what they're doing there. So. But just so people know,
Can we, how can we share that with the citizens?
well, I was gonna get Amy to put it on Saturday or Facebook, and I don't know if somebody can get it on, Elijah can probably get it on Bell's Falls Facebook. I mean, there is quite a bit
It
of
should
traffic.
be on
over.
the town website too.
It's gonna be crazy, I mean,
Yeah,
especially if we don't know, I mean,
so many people drive their kids up to.
well, I don't even know if they've
The problem is
contacted.
if you
the
don't
school
have
district.
times, it becomes really confusing, right? 'Cause
So,
what are you telling
You know,
people?
the school buses going that way, they wait till the last minute, let them know. It could be interesting.
Can we call the town manager in Westminster and say
We'll have
details,
to do
please?
some follow-up on it, yeah.
They may put something in the paper a day or two before, but I mean, that's not very much notice at this
No.
point.
No.
I think it should get out there that it's gonna be closed for almost 2 weeks, so
Wow.
I have no clue what they're doing. I thought maybe it was the 91 overpass they were
That's
doing
what I
work
thought
on,
they-
but that's not according to what
Right.
we got back from one of the highway guys out there, that it is. the Google. So. Take it. Sue, Rick, you have anything?
Nothing.
Sue?
Also, thanks.
Do we have a need for executive sessions got requested? So,
Yes.
there will be, that's just an update, so there won't be anything for, no comment. So taking the motion to move into executive session for what purpose? Is that a personnel?
Dealing with personnel,
All right, for personnel. I think you only need one motion, don't we?
yes.
Yeah. So if someone wants to make a motion that we're going to, gonna probably venture on the stick here and make it anyway, but, make a motion to go into executive session to discuss a personnel issue.
So moved.
I'll second it.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. We're going to executive session and I think we're the only ones here. Do you want to, anybody want to close that door?
Yeah, just hang on a second. I gotta-
It's just an update, so there's no comment coming out.
Right, and we won't be back in public session, so when executive session's over, there won't be any more public meeting. It'll be-
Right.
it'll be done. So, gonna end the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Recording